Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Burke County Board of Commissioners regular meeting for April the 16th, 2024 at 6 p.m. I'd like to note that all of our commissioners are present, Madam Clerk, along with our manager, attorney, and finance officer. I'll ask you to silence all your mobile devices. If you've got phones and such to make a noise, please take care of that right now so that they won't interrupt our meeting tonight. And I'll ask all speakers who come to the podium to be sure that the microphone is turned on so that we can get a good recording of our meeting tonight as you make your presentation. We're pleased tonight to have Pastor Tamika Garrison with us from Carolina Caring for our invocation. I'll ask her to come forward, and also following the invocation, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. That'll be led tonight by our county attorney, Mr. J.R. Simpson. So let's stand together, please.
Let us pray. Gracious and holy God, we come to you in this time of meditation, acknowledging that you are in our presence today. We thank you for the ability to be here. We thank you for the fact that we are all human beings, both elected and voters, and we ask that we be humbled in the presence of you this evening as we come forward to share concerns, to celebrate, to make decisions, and to uplift Burke County and be a beacon for the state of North Carolina in the way that we serve those who live here. Be with us now as we go forward with a meeting, and remind us that we are equally loved by you in your presence as we seek justice for our community and for those who reside here. Be with us now and always. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you.
Please join me in the pledge of the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, thank you, Pastor, for being with us tonight in the invocation, and thank you to our attorney for the pledge. And I would invite others, youth groups in our county, to come and lead us in the pledge at future meetings. If you'd like to do that, or know some group that would like to do that, please let them know and make contact with our clerk to help us schedule you to be here. This brings us to item number 5, approval of meeting minutes. Tonight, gentlemen, we have 3 sets of minutes to approve. January 16, 2024, Board of Commissioners regular meeting. February 6, 2024, Board of Commissioners pre-agenda meeting. February 8, 2024, Board of Commissioners special meeting. Do I hear a motion that these be approved or any corrections?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. All those in favor signify by the uplifted hand. Yes, we need to approve the agenda first, gentlemen. I beg your pardon. Item number 4 is approval of the agenda. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we approve the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. All those in favor signify by the uplifted hand. 5-0. Now we'll entertain Commissioner Burns' motion to approve these meeting minutes. All those in favor of that, please signify by the uplifted hand. It's 5-0. Thank you very much. Item number 6, presentations. We have a number of presentations tonight. And the first presentation is recognition of Miss Kathy Bailey. And we're happy to have Kathy with us tonight. And Kathy, if you will, come to the lectern there for just a moment. And we are very pleased to recognize her service to our healthcare system, UNC Health Blue Ridge, for some 19 years, I believe. And I've been privileged to be in this community all that time, and I've been privileged to serve on a number of committees and boards with Miss Bailey, and I want to commend her for her willingness to not only serve her employer, but to serve her community. And she's done that in a wonderful way. And so tonight we wanted to take just a moment to recognize her. And we have a special gift. And I'm going to ask the commissioners to come down front. We want to get a photograph and in recognition of Miss Bailey's service to our community. There you go.
Thank you so much for this recognition. I truly appreciate it. And as we say quite often at Blue Ridge, we are friends and neighbors taking care of friends and neighbors. And I appreciate the support this community, this county shows us each and every day in allowing us to be your healthcare provider to take care of you and your families. We truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This brings us to item number 2 tonight. This item will be presented by Duke Energy, proclamation declaring April the 18th, 2024 as Lineman Appreciation Day. And appreciate Robin Nicholson being with us this evening. Robin, where are you? There she is. Okay. I'm going to take just a moment because this item is somewhat near and dear to my heart as well. Most of you know I'm involved in the electric co-op world here at Rutherford Electric Membership. And of course we also are served by an electricity here in the city of Morganton. So we have a number of other electricities in the county as well, other providers. And so tonight's proclamation will recognize all of those. And I want to take just a moment to read a few lines of this proclamation. Whereas linemen are often first responders during storms and other catastrophic events, working to make this scene safe for other public safety heroes. And whereas linemen work with thousands of volts of electricity, high-top power lines 24 hours a day, 365 days a year to keep electricity flowing. And whereas linemen must work under dangerous conditions far from their families to construct and maintain the energy infrastructure of the United States. And whereas linemen put their lives on the line every day with little recognition from the community regarding the danger of their work. Therefore, the Burke County Board of Commissioners do hereby proclaim the date of April 18th, 2024 as Lineman Appreciation Day in Burke County, and thanks all linemen, whether employed by a local electricity, such as the town of Drexel, the city of Morganton, or by a local energy cooperative like Rutherford EMC, or by a large private provider like Duke Energy, for all they do for our citizens that make us able to enjoy health, safety, comfort, and quality of life every day. So, Robin, anything you'd like to say tonight? Please come if you'd like.
I'd just like to say thank you to all the commissioners and to Commissioner Britton for recognizing the work that the linemen do each and every day to keep our services on and to ensure reliable electricity. It is a very hazardous job. It's dangerous when they don't follow the safety procedures, so that's foremost in the thoughts of all of our service technicians who are out there working each and every day. But thank you so much for taking time to recognize the work that these folks do daily. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Robin. With that, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to approve Proclamation 2024-04.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve Proclamation 2024-04.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. All those in favor, signify by the uplifting the hand. That is 5-0. Thank you very much. This brings us to presentation number 3. And this is being brought tonight by Lake James Area Wildlife and Nature. Lake James Litter Cleanup Report. This will be presented by Howard Morgan. Howard, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for allowing us to come give this annual report of the Lake James cleanup, which was held March 16th. Thank you for your support. Garbage waiver, if we didn't have that, it cost us a lot of money to dump all of it. We had another record for 5.16 tons this year off the lake. That come from around, we also clean up the roads all the way around the lake. It's a big undertaking. We had over 200 volunteers, 77 of which are high school students from area high schools. They come to get community service letters for their college applications, what have you. So my hat's off to them. They really hard workers. They come out and enjoy it. all of them want to get on the boats, but we don't have enough boats for them. So we give you a little overview of what we do. We got a crew, Jerry Fantry, who is our actual president of the Lake James Area Wildlife and Nature Society. He couldn't be here tonight, but he organized the roads cleanup. We have volunteers that come, maybe man and wife, and then they get 5 or 6 kids, and we assign them different areas on the road. We provide gloves, trash bags, grippers, vests, safety vests, road signs. We put out safety road signs that we own and put out. We've been doing this is our 20th year. It started actually in East Shores by a couple people just cleaning up one development at a time. The other developments got involved, and then here we are. Everybody from Rutherford to Boone, people come from all over. But it's an important community service event that happens every year, and we couldn't do it without some of the folks like Rick Craig. I'm going to recognize him. He's going to tell you a little bit about what he does on the North Powerhouse side. Rick, you want to come up?
How you doing? First of all, I'd like to thank Johnny and Scott for the job you've done as county commissioners. Thank you so much. Secondly, we joined the cleanup, like Howard said, we started 20 years ago, but several years ago I decided it was time for the roads because everything on North Powerhouse that's on the south side goes into the Catawba River. Everything on the north side goes into Lake James. We started picking up trash off North Powerhouse 6 or 7 years ago. The reason I wanted to talk today is we have a very big problem at what most of you know is the portage. Duke Energy put this place there. The no parking signs were there. It was supposed to be just a place for people to come out of the lake, walk down to the dam, and continue on their trip. But now it's turned into, I don't know how many of you are locals here, but it's turned into a sandy beach. There are at least 30 cars there during the weekend sometimes. There's campers there. There's people staying in there. We actually do another road cleanup separate from the one Howard does. We do it in November. In November, we picked up 24 bags of trash off of that one area right there, just around where the cars are parked in there. All of that would be going into the lake if not. We went back in March and we picked up another 21 bags after 5 months. So mostly it was broken bottles, diapers. They're standing there throwing the bottles down onto the shores of Lake James, and it's all going into the lake. So we're not sure if the county commissioners can do anything about it except enlighten Duke Power that we do have a problem. I mean, these people are there, they're irresponsible. We do this for the love of our lake to try to keep it clean, and we'd like to know if you could help us do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Before I thank some of the other folks that helped us with this cleanup, I want to recognize one more person, Cliff Bechtel. He does the organizing all the food for this event, and I'm afraid I'm going to forget somebody, so he's going to come up and Cliff, you'll briefly give us an update.
I'll be really quick. It's about 1 minute. I just thought I would tell you how it works. The organizers show up at Lake James State Park at about 8 a.m. Volunteers show up at about 8:30 a.m. And then organized chaos follows as crews are assigned to areas to work. It's very confusing. By 1 p.m., everybody returns to the state park to eat. Here's where I come in. I gather the food from volunteer restaurants to feed 150 to 200 people and bring it to the state park by 1 o'clock because they're ready to eat. And I'd like to thank these restaurants for this year's volunteer food. Chick-fil-A, 200 chicken sandwiches. Burger King, 50 sandwiches. Arby's, 50 prime roast beef sandwiches. Papa John's, 10 pizzas, that's 80 slices. And these restaurants not only donate food, they also prepare it and have it ready for us to eat. Somebody told me they saw one of the teenagers come up for the food and he left with 5 sandwiches. I don't know if he went back to his table and spread them out or not, but a couple of minutes later, he came back and got 5 more, so I guess he's gaining some weight. Anyway, I think I've had experience doing these kinds of things for a while, and I think that this area of North Carolina, in my estimation, has the most generous people that I've ever seen. And I'm 81 years old, and I can truthfully say that. Burke County especially. I'm proud to be a citizen here. Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. Let me mention a couple organizations that help make this possible. First Republic Services for donating the dumpsters, Freedom High School, and other area high schools for the sending the students. Sheriff's Department, Banks Heisman, Sheriff Heisman was there helping clean up. Deputies Caleb Green and Tyler Gant, and also EMS. They're always there to help us in case something happens. Do a great job. The Lake James State Park is one of our locations. We have a dumpster. They provide a front end loader. You might see it in some of these photos. By the way, that truckload is what come off North Firehouse Road, 2 of those off North Firehouse. This is a trailer we own. We keep all of our cleanup equipment in it. The pictures speak 1,000 words, so that's part of the cleanup. Also, Lake James Environmental Association, Catawba River Keeper, Foothills Conservancy, Mimosa Boat Landing is where we have another dumpster, and they provide a front end loader there. But thank you again for your support, and we hope to be here again next year. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, and thank you to Howard and all these guys that helped to take care of this cleanup. Don't be patient. There we go, there we go. Wonderful community service. Again, thank you for all that you're doing. I'll entertain a motion to accept this report as presented.
Mr. Chairman, I will make that motion, but beforehand, would it be okay if I recognize our county manager? I don't know if everybody's aware of the company we hired to help clean some of these roads and how that can be utilized in this specific case to help them out. And do they do portages, or is it just road systems?
So as part of the beginning back in July, actually, we contract with a company that is a subcontractor with DOT, brought them here to Burke County to focus more on our inner local roads. We call it community beautification. There's a link on the front page of our website where if you have areas in the community that need trash pickup, roadside litter pickup, or any type of beautification, honestly, you go there, you put it in the address and your contact information, and we'll reach out and get that on their list. It's a revolving list, and it's been working really well. We count bags, not tonnages, but since July, we're hundreds of bags of roadside litter. So it is a problem. It's one effort to try to stop it. Obviously, education and preventing litter is the ultimate goal. But until we get there, trying to keep it cleaned up is one thing we're trying to do. So I don't know if that answers your question or not, but right on the front page of the county's website is a community beautification link where people can report problem areas, and we'll be there as quickly as we can.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll make the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. All those in favor signify by the uplifting of the hand. It's 5-0. And Howard, I'm going to ask you to come back up for just a second. We've got a gift for some of your folks. All right, this brings us to item number 4 of presentations tonight. This will come from our county manager and also our deputy manager, planning director, Alan Glines. And I also noticed tonight, this is an animal services recognition. I also noticed tonight our former county manager in the room, Brian wave at us. Brian was instrumental in restructuring our animal services group a number of years ago. And so appreciate him being here tonight as well. I'll recognize Alan Glines and Brian to make this presentation. Alan?
As Mr. Glines is coming up, I'll just say that professional development in this course that he's getting ready to talk about is something that I know that our team has worked hard on, and for our entire team and the board, we're incredibly proud of you guys' accomplishments. I appreciate Alan's help too, as my mobility is a bit limited today, so appreciate that very much, Alan.
Well, this is a nice recognition for some of my colleagues in animal services. Animal services is an important profession and calls for proficiency with a complex skill set in order to be successful. Southern Utah University has developed a 6-month certification process, a management leadership certification, and an executive leadership certification for animal welfare professionals. Well, two of our own staff here, Elizabeth Guffey and Caitlin Settlemeyer, who is our director, and Elizabeth is our animal services coordinator. They both completed training with Southern Utah University for this program. Elizabeth was completing the management leadership certification, which provides animal services managers, coordinators, and supervisors with the knowledge and support necessary to influence and manage change in their organizations. Helps people grow in their skill set. And Caitlin Settlemeyer, our director, she completed the executive leadership certification, which strengthens leadership skills and provides support for existing top-level animal welfare leaders. And this program is intentionally designed to focus on areas most critical to creating life-saving organizations. So with that, there are two presentations or certifications for our staff. Elizabeth and Kate. Thank you very much. Y'all want to get a photo?
All right, thank you, Caitlin and Elizabeth, for your efforts and for being here tonight to be recognized. We appreciate very much what you do for us in animal services. I'll ask for a motion to recognize and congratulate Caitlin and Elizabeth for the completion of 6-month certification program from Southern Utah University in executive leadership and management leadership for animal services.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. All those in favor signify by the uplifted hand. 5-0, Madam Clerk. Again, thank you, ladies, for being here tonight. All right, this brings us to our scheduled public hearings. We have a number of scheduled public hearings tonight. The first item on that agenda is the zoning text amendment ZTA 2024-01. And this will be presented tonight by Alan Glines, our Deputy County Manager and Planning Director.
Thank you, Chairman Britton, Commissioners, and members of the public. Staff are bringing a text amendment to you to add conditional zoning as an option for making land use decisions in Burke County. North Carolina is known as a Dillon's Rule state. That means that we can only operate within the regulations and powers provided by state legislature. Since 2020, cities and towns find our land use process requirements in a state statute known as 160D. And at one point in the past, there were separate codes and ordinances for cities and counties, and that was all consolidated in 2020 through a big effort across the state to make one code that we could all utilize. Here in Burke County, the community development staff, working with the planning board, initiated a large rewrite effort for zoning regulations, and this was approved by the Board of Commissioners in the spring of 2021. I know Shane Prisby was leading that effort, and he's in the audience tonight. When I came on staff here in late 2021, I began working on an update to the future land use map. This is another requirement for 160D, along with some updates and recommendations found in the Blueprint Burke plan concerning growth and goals for Burke County. This update to the land use plan was adopted by the Board of Commissioners in 2022. So 160D provides the outline for making and determining land use decisions in North Carolina. 160D 703 specifically provides the options for zoning regulations. There are 5 options for different types of zoning available. There's conventional districts, conditional districts, overlay districts, form-based codes, and charter districts. Now, currently, Burke County is only utilizing 2 of these 5 options available for our use for land management: conventional zoning and overlay districts. Staff are bringing this text amendment for conditional zoning so that the Board of Commissioners will have more tools in the zoning toolbox to consider for land use decisions should an application for rezoning be an appropriate choice. So, zoning activities reviewed by the Board of Commissioners is managed through a legislative approval process. This means that we take the proposal to the Planning Board for recommendation, and then it comes to the Board of Commissioners for a public hearing and consideration through a vote. Conditional zoning is a zoning tool that includes customized conditions that are tied to the specific property in a rezoning application. The actual land uses proposed on the site can be limited with conditional zoning. The property owner would submit either a site-specific development plan linked to a development proposal with land uses specified and/or a list of development conditions for the parcel that will apply to future development uses and plans. That's what makes it different from conventional zoning. By contrast, conventional zoning, like we have in Burke County today, we are unable to have customized conditions or limitations on uses specific to a parcel. This means that all uses allowed in a zoning table are available to the parcel and similarly zoned parcels throughout the county. In addition, only general development standards can be required as found in the zoning ordinance that apply to similar uses. While conditional zoning would be available to all areas of Burke County, the staff review conditional zoning applications only when they are submitted by the property owner on an application-by-application basis. So this is not a broadcast zoning. This is case-by-case, reviewed one at a time. The conditions placed on a specific parcel and use require a nexus or rough proportionality intended to manage the potential impacts that may come with a proposed development at a specific location. The proposal and conditions are also reviewed for concurrence with adopted community plans that are applicable, such as recommendations found in the Blueprint Burke Plan. We just mentioned that. The Board of Commissioners must approve the conditions, and the conditions must also be consented to by the property owner. Further, the Board of Commissioners may not include conditions or requirements not authorized by otherwise applicable law, such as specific impact fees or taxes, unless somehow they're consented to by the owner or the petitioner. Conventional zoning, however, is expected to be the more typical zoning tool, and conditional zoning may be reserved for the unusual zoning requests where special conditions are appropriate. So I have that map up on the board. We can go back to that. Let's see, I might be controlling that here. There we go. I just did a quick scan for Western North Carolina, and these are the counties in our area that utilize conditional zoning today. And what I would focus on is most of them are counties that we expect to see growth in or some change, and they want to manage that and have this tool. They utilize conditional zoning in their toolbox as they make decisions for their communities as needed. And so we would, if it's approved tonight, we would join some of the other counties that are on the east side of us. And I did look at the whole state, but I would imagine that quite a few of the counties on the western end, eastern end of the state also use conditional zoning. So we're going to look at the actual text, and I'm going to get some help from the folks in the back, the IT staff. So we have, if we just go up just a little bit, there's a couple of small changes. One is item A would be, I need to create a new section for what we existingly call rezoning or zoning. is going to be called conventional zoning. So we're going to have that new section designated there. Item B in the table, our ordinance today says we allow 60 days for the planning board to review a case before a recommendation is made, and they send it to the Board of Commissioners. Well, 160D doesn't permit that, and so we're outside of compliance with state law, and the state law says it's 30 days. That's what that change would be about. The next section is focused on the conditional zoning text itself. As I said, somebody would request that through a rezoning application, and some of the focus areas are, I have it starting there at A, is to cluster development or manage uses on a parcel in a way that may not be permitted by conventional zoning while maintaining or enhancing the goals of the ordinance, and the ordinance being our zoning ordinance plus the Blueprint Burke plan. So it might also be appropriate to have conditional zoning to provide more options for conservation subdivisions that conserve and preserve natural resources and features and account for individual lots in ways unavailable under the standard ordinance. Another one might be to provide area of mix of uses that function better under a single development plan, sharing facilities such as amenities, access, parking, utilities, open space, among other options. Another way to utilize this might be to provide flexibility for site plan from specific dimensional or numerical standards of the zoning code where the intent of the ordinance is preserved or enhanced through the approval of a specific site plan and customized conditions, and also to provide for the design and operational requirements for some uses that might otherwise be difficult to manage or be out of character for an area without the benefit and approval of specific site plan and related conditions. So we have a section there called process, and that's how somebody submits an application. They tell us what they would like to do. The process for review is similar to other rezonings in that all rezoning applications are reviewed by staff first, and they would make their way to the planning board for a recommendation through a public meeting that we have, and then it would make its way to the Board of Commissioners for a public hearing and legislative action. As we noted, that the application can come in with a site plan and general conditions, or it can come in with general conditions only, and they would have the list of generalized conditions, uses, and development standards as applicable. The site plan could be sort of an engineering study that would have a list of uses that might go along with that application. Through conditional zoning, we can be very specific about the uses allowed. So we make a note here that no use shall be permitted except those enumerated in the ordinance adopting the conditional district. So we can be very specific about what kind of things can happen in a site that has conditional zoning application. And then conditions, all standards and requirements of the corresponding general zoning district shall be met except those conditions agreed to in the site plan and development conditions. The conditions imposed by a conditional district may be more or less restrictive to the standards of the corresponding general use district. That's for the board to have flexibility. When you review a plan, there may be something that you want to see done or have available to this application, and you have the right to have some flexibility in considering any and all of those conditions that would be applied to that property and application. We're proposing here that minor modifications would be reviewed administratively by staff. We're going to be very careful about this because we have to match up any small changes to what you all approved through the conditional zoning process. And this could be things that are moderately adjusted items, such as locations, small changes to locations of driveways or buildings on a plan, not in giant ways, not in ways that adjust the way the property is used, just minor things. Any major modifications, though, would come through the review process again. They would go back to the planning board. They would have a public meeting there. The changes would be addressed or described, and the planning board would provide a recommendation. And finally, it would come here again as a change or amendment to that plan. And approvals to these kind of applications are by ordinance, like we do all rezonings. So that's a pretty common thing. And then the final note of final plans, let's say that someone has a site plan and they're bringing that forward. they're going to bring you an earlier plan. They're going to bring a 30% plan, something like that, early engineering. But we'll get a final set of plans for staff to review with our site plan review committee. If it's water lines, sewer lines, all infrastructure would come in with 100% construction docs. So we'll get that final review and compare that to anything that was approved or came through the Board of Commissioners. Now I can answer any questions for you if you'd like.
All right, thank you, Alan. Are there any questions for Alan before we open the floor?
I got a question. One of Burke County's favorite sons, Senator Sam Ervin, I think he can explain things in a way, the Constitution, that people really understood. What we got here is looks like a bunch of stuff, a bunch of lawyers down in Raleigh wrote up, Alan. And I know you're going by the book there, and that's the book. But basically what you're saying here is if Avery County would have had something like this back in the early 1970s, we wouldn't have that big old ugly condominium sitting on top of the skyline up here. Is that right? You know what I'm talking about? The one that they had to pass a state law, the skyline law, where you can't build it.
Yeah.
That would have applied to something like that.
Yeah.
I think what you're saying is conditional zoning answers the concerns of citizens. Like if I'm an amateur astronomer and I love to get out at 1 o'clock in the morning and stargaze, and we're going to have an industry over here that may put out a profusely amount of light or something, we can have a condition in that zoning request to where they can't do that.
Right.
If I live up close to somewhere and I have to ride by that industry every day, we can have a conditional zoning aspect of that thing. It says it's got to be set off the road 200 or 300 meters with trees planted around it where I don't have to look at it. Is that right?
Correct. That's
so
correct.
Are what you say in conditional zoning answers the concerns of citizens that live close to that? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think the case, I mean, all the applications could vary. Obviously, they're gonna be one-of-a-kind applications, each one, but those kind of conditions are standard in a conditional zoning application. They're often used in that way across the state to get extra buffers, to modify a structure or building, make sure it looks a certain way or something. I mean, there's a lot of conditions that can be placed through a conditional zoning application. Absolutely.
Other questions? Alan, from a conventional zoning standpoint, if an applicant came to us under conventional zoning, would we still be required to act on that without any regard to conditional zoning, or would we be able to say, well, why don't you go back and come back with some a conditional request? Legally, what do we have to work with?
Yes. Staff will try to parse out some projects that might be more controversial or might have a better chance of support if they were conditional zoning, but we'll miss some of those. So as the project moves through, like an application would move through its review, planning board and others, there might be recommendations. Well, we would, a discussion. We would recommend this come back as a conditional zoning. The thing about conventional zoning is that everybody wants to know, what are they going to do there? Right? We ask it all the time. Actually, we kind of talk about it. But they're not really bound in conventional zoning. They're not bound by any of those uses that we've discussed. It's what's in the use table that they're bound by. And so we can't add any conditions. Let's say they want to be a good guy, and we're like, well, they're a good guy, and they're going to leave a buffer. But I can only require them to leave a buffer that is in my ordinance, not anything extra. So I'll keep your 10 feet of trees, but I can't require 20 feet of trees because my ordinance doesn't have 20 feet of trees, as a requirement. So, yeah, my experience with conditional zoning is probably 15 or 20 years of work with it. And there's a lot of back and forth with the developers or people who have a proposal, because I want the community here to be happy with the result, and I want you all to feel confident or comfortable with the request. So the staff have a role to play in that, working on behalf of land use plans and other things we've learned to try to make the best application possible.
Thank you. Any other question or comment? All right, seeing here none. At this time, I'll open the floor for public comment on this particular item. Do we have anyone wish to speak to this item tonight? Okay, if you come forward,
Yeah, thank you.
please state your name. and
Thank you,
address.
Chairman. Tim Roush, resident of 1780. Nice to put a face with a name, Alan. We've corresponded. So I appreciate what you're trying to do. Obviously, I don't know if this has any implication timing-wise and things with what's going on with the development at the mega site. That's a concern for a lot of us. Face value, this sounds like something that gives us more control. I'm a little concerned when I see the paragraph that it says you can have more or less restrictions. So I'm just concerned about how this works. Does the public have, I mean, I think it's great if we have more input, if we can create better buffers. I mean, we're all concerned about what's going to happen there and how that rolls out, understanding the needs of the county and development and things like that. So I guess my question is, you've had the experience, again, I'm not a lawyer, so this doesn't mean a lot to me. How do you see this working? Does it change the input that we will have in terms of development and things like that? Is this a plus, neutral, or are there potential downsides to it from our perspective as residents and citizens of the area? So, thanks, Alan. Appreciate it. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you. All right, Alan, if you'll kind of maybe make a note or two as we go along here, maybe we can respond to some of those questions. Yes, sir.
No, I didn't come here tonight to speak about this, but I did come here maybe a year or two ago about residential zoning ordinances, which we had for a while, then it went away. So I believe every one of you gentlemen is an intelligent person. And like you said, there's a lot of like legalese going on here. I'm going to bow to your decision. You've got all the stuff in writing. And on myself, I will take what you guys decide. You're the law. Thank you.
Someone else?
Hi, my name is Maureen Jobs. Do you need my address?
If you don't mind.
2242 Lake Forest Cove in Nebo.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment on this matter. To begin with, I'm not opposed to conditional zoning. As a matter of fact, when I first heard about it, I thought it would be a good tool to address some of the more controversial or highly visible rezoning requests, because it could add restrictions and or conditions to a proposed rezoning request, which would perhaps make it a little more palatable to concerned citizens. Unfortunately, in reviewing the proposed wording of the amendment, it appears to do the opposite, and it allows rezoning with less restrictions than the current requirements. During an earlier hearing with the Planning Board, they appeared to agree with this, and they voted against recommending the adoption of this amendment to the Board of Commissioners. For this reason, I urge you not to approve this amendment in its current form. A couple of areas of particular concern to me, and I'll read these. They're all in the new section 811.2 of the proposed amendment. Item number 1A allows for uses in a way that may not be permitted by conventional zoning. This is not acceptable to me. Item 1E allows for uses that may be out of character for a particular area. This is not acceptable to me. Item 3A, the submittal form needs to include proposed uses in addition to the structures, parking, etc. Item 3B, the application should include a list of specific conditions, not generalized ones as it's currently written. Item number 5 allows conditions to be more or less restrictive than under conventional zoning. This, in my opinion, is not acceptable. The conditions should be more restrictive than conventional zoning. For these reasons, I urge you not to approve this proposed amendment unless it is rewritten to include clear language that requires the addition of specific conditions and restrictions for rezoning requests for developments that are not acceptable in the eyes of the citizens of this county to be approved under the conventional rezoning requirements. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else speak to this matter? All right, seeing, hearing none.
Yeah, hi, my name is Rob Nelson, and I live at 114 Edgewood Avenue in town. And it's just my own ignorance of the whole process. I've never been through a rezoning process, so I don't really have any context. When we talk about the public will have more input to the process, in the end, it's the board that makes the decision. And I'm not sure what the process is for we as citizens to have input. Obviously, this is all happening in the context of the mega-site proposal. And I think everyone's open with the fact that that's what's driving this, that in particular is viewed as helpful for the mega-site. And I'm not against that, per se. I have some reservations, though, about the amount of information that we seem to be getting about the mega-site. This may be necessary due to non-disclosure agreements. I'm not familiar with how much industry normally allows to be disclosed to the public. I wish it were more. But in any case, I'm just wondering if this is the kind of thing where when the mega-site does come up, assuming it's under this conditional zoning thing, will the public be able to submit things in writing as suggestions, or is just going to be sort of like this meeting, and we can say things at the last minute as it's about to be decided, and all the details have been worked out, and we just kind of voice our opinion at the very last minute? But yeah, so if that could be addressed somewhere to the public, I think that would be helpful, just so that we, who are not that familiar with it, know what the process actually is. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Yes, my name's Dudley Green. I'm from Burke County. The problem I have with this conditional zoning is that Mr. Woods is in charge of BDI. So the land up there that's not rated for industrial use, is that going to be used for multifamily housing and apartments? I don't think it should be. Are we going to start a factory village up there and bring in a bunch of workers? Where are we going to get the workers for that site? We don't have them in Burke County. We don't even have them in the surrounding area. We're going to import them from south of the border, like President Biden seems to be doing right now. We're going to bring them up here to work. That's what I'm concerned about, is a bunch of low-priced housing in that one area, which I don't think it should be there. It's going to depreciate the value of that entire area. And that's all I got to say about this conditional zoning.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was signed up for later, but I think this is the right time. Do I need to state my name and my address?
Please.
Okay, Teresa Stewart at 1629 Pisgah Preserve Drive. I'll be using the acronym BOC for Board of Commissioners, no disrespect intended. In regards to the proposed conditional zoning text amendment, I have the following concerns in section 811.2. 5 conditions or less restrictive should be removed. I think less defeats the purpose of having conditional zoning. It's my understanding that conventional zoning allows for variances through the Board of Adjustment. And NC 160D 703B makes no mention of less restrictive in conditional zoning. The March 28th draft presentation to the Planning Board did not provide an opportunity for public comment, even though it was on the agenda. No draft was posted in advance. In addition, the format of both the notice and agenda differed from past notifications. This change in format removed the option to comment in advance. It's an option which allows increased community participation. 160D 301 even says that the planning board duties, one of them is to facilitate and coordinate citizen engagement and participation in the planning process. The process was basically denied, no draft, nothing to comment on. Per the current zoning ordinance, section 812, text amendments, the planning board is allowed up to 60 days from presentation to review amendments and provide a recommendation before the text is presented to the BOC. This option was not presented to the planning board, only the options to approve or deny. I am concerned that the existing review processes were bypassed in a rush to present the conditional zoning amendment to the BOC, thereby avoiding public participation. And it makes me wonder, what other steps is the community, as the county, willing to bypass for a proposed project? For clarity, the text amendment was already included in the BOC pre-agenda notice and material posted March 27th, only one day before presentation to the planning board, March 28th. This implies the planning board had no bearing on the amendment. Having watched this disregard for process, my faith in our county system is shaken. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak to this item? All right. Seeing here now, I'll close the public meeting at this time. And Alan, if you don't mind come, maybe you can answer a few of the questions that were brought up before we vote on the item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rouse, nice to meet you too. We've talked on the phone and emailed a time or two, I believe, but all rezoning requests, if it's conventional zoning, conditional zoning, whatever, follow a similar process of public notification. And so it's the same process, and that process includes a public meeting by the planning board, okay? And 160D does not require that we do a lot of notification for a planning board meeting. However, for Burke County, we do more than what the state says. We actually send, if there's a parcel that's being rezoned, we send letters to the neighbors of the meeting that the planning board's going to have. And 160D does not require that. So that's an extra thing. The other thing we do is we go ahead and place the Z signs, those big Z signs that you see in the community. We place those for the planning board meeting so people have early notice. So it's intended to try to get the word out. And that happens. And then for the Board of Commissioners, it's the public hearing, right? So planning board has a public meeting. They don't have to do this, but they take public comment through the public meeting. So there's like a regular, the 2 to 3 minute kind of comment period that folks, the similar fashion. It's not a hearing per se. It's not the hearing that 160D requires, but it's a similar type of meeting where the public comes up and gives comments. So some of these folks, I haven't met Ms. Stewart before in person, but she and I have emailed regularly for the last few months. So it's nice to finally say hello and see her in person, say hello. Those things are the same. So the planning for the Board of Commissioner, we do notice in the newspaper. Do you know that we have to do that twice? We do it consecutive weeks. It's the 10-25 rule. We can't notice it 25 days before your hearing. We have to follow within that window. But we must get our notices in, the first one especially, at least 10 days before the hearing itself. So the public has tangible notice in the local paper of general circulation, and they can make decisions that's close to the meeting date. It's not months out and all that sort of stuff. So that's one thing we do. We do letters when it's a particular zoning request on a parcel. We send letters out not only for the planning board, we send them out again for the Board of Commissioner meeting. So everybody gets a letter, the Z signs are out there, and we're available to answer any questions the best we do. Now, there's a little difference with the Board of Commissioners. The clerk's able to put the entire agenda together online, so folks have notice. They can kind of be aware of something's coming. I'm going to look into that. I could call the office or call me or text email a staff member, but also have the board information is online for the Board of Commissioner public hearing, which is what we're having tonight. Any other questions?
Alan, I think one of the big problems the community has is that less restrictive clause in there.
Yes,
What
sir.
exactly do we mean by that? I got a big problem with that too.
Well, there could be a situation when you're reviewing an application for conditional zoning where the applicant can't meet some certain thing. And it could be something like the lot size. Let's say it's residential and they want to do needed housing that we need in Burke County. They want to preserve something on the site that doesn't allow them to fully utilize that property. Maybe there's a wetland, maybe there's buffers and other things that they need to protect, but they still need to try to get some yield out of this property. And the less could be, instead of our acre minimum lot size, if we can satisfy public safety and access for fire and emergency, and we can satisfy water and sewer or septic needs, maybe there's an occasion where you would approve a smaller lot size, less restrictive than the standard ordinance, because it's going to meet another goal the community has, and that might be through our, backed up and supported through our land use planning for more housing. So that's an example of less restrictive. Now, here's another thing. Anytime we're having standards or conditions, they're going to be listed out for you to consider. And if they're less restrictive, staff's going to point those out, and they're going to tell you why. So it's not, we're flexing all the rules because they don't matter. Ms. Stewart was correct in that we do have Board of Adjustment for certain situations where someone has hardship with the land, but conditional zoning applications cannot go to the Board of Adjustment. They go to the Board of Commissioners, and they're not allowed to also go to the Board of Adjustment for any kind of variances that might be found, like setbacks and things like that.
Other questions? So I think what I'm hearing is, though less certainly comes to mind off the bat, but there are sometimes when less might be in the best interest of everybody, and if we take it out, then we don't have any option to work with from that respect. That's kind of what I think I'm hearing.
That's my feeling about it. I want to make sure that folks who are planners in Burke County in the future understand that working with the Board of Commissioners, they're able to find the right plans and adjust these plans to make, something that the county can be proud of and wants to support.
Okay, thank you,
Well,
Al.
Mr. Chairman, is there a way we could make an amendment to that? And I'm no legal scholar, we got a lawyer back here, but could we include in the conditional zoning that the less restrictive is going to apply to residential and not to industrial/business?
Alan, do you have a thought on that? I think my thought is, why would you not want that option across the board? I mean, it could be as valuable to you in one area as not. I mean, it would come through the planning board and then come to the commission. If we didn't like it, we wouldn't approve it. So that's just my thought. Alan, you want to say anything further?
You're going to see every one of these applications because they come to you one by one, and there will be a list of specific conditions that will come along with that. And if you're uncomfortable with something, that you don't have to approve it, or you ask for a change, or there's some negotiation with that. Sure enough, and the planning board's the same way.
Other question, concern? All right, seeing here none, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion at this time for this ZTA 2024-01. Any other questions on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I've sat through 2 days of meetings to try to understand how we address particularly the housing issues that we have in this county. I think it was a report I looked at during our budget retreat where we had 97% of our rental property was rented. And if you considered, I think it was 54 units that were under renovation that weren't currently rented. And if they were, we would be at like 99% capacity. So I really look at, in the meetings that I've had the last couple of days with some grant writers and developers, one of the issues that has gotten into the way of residential housing has been zoning issues. Matter of fact, one of the developers actually used Burke County as a case example that he had ran into some issues with zoning and was unable to work here. He's a developer out of Buncombe County. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to adopt ordinance number 2024-04 to add a new section 8.11.2 conditional zoning and other minor changes to the Burke County zoning ordinance, and to adopt the following consistency statement. Zoning text amendment ZTA 2024-01 is reasonable and in the best interest of the county because conditional zoning is approved by North Carolina General Assembly with the outline for its use and implementation provided in the governing legislation, specifically North Carolina General Statute 160D-703. Further, conditional zoning is a useful tool to have available when making zoning decisions for Burke County and as a way to approve specific developments with conditions and manage potential impacts. Furthermore, the Blueprint Burke Plan action item 1.9 recommends adopting conditional zoning as a new way to promote development and investment in our county.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Burns. You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by the uplifted hand. Those opposed? Madam Clerk, that'll be 4-1. This brings us to item number 2 in public hearing, zoning map amendment ZMA 2024-01. This will also be presented tonight by our Deputy County Manager Planning Director, Alan Glenn. Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the microphone. That thing goes off on its own. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, members of the public. Tim Newton with Lake James Marina is requesting a rezoning of a single parcel of land of 0.41 acre of land adjacent to the marina. And this is obviously this is Canal Bridge. The parcel's here. This is the marina. He owns that land and would like to expand operation to it. It's currently zoned residential 1, and he'd like to make that request for general business. This is a conventional zoning application. So there's the parcel, zone R1. Future land use map describes this area as Lake James scenic area. And the scenic area is surrounding the lake, of course. The natural environmental resources of the area make it a center of multiple outdoor recreation uses as well as major residential subdivisions. We allow both in this district, future land use, commercial and residential. Lake James Marina is one of the recreation uses, provides a popular and useful service to boaters, anglers on the eastern side of the lake. The Blueprint Burke future land use map supports recreation and tourism uses in the area, and the map would not need to be amended for this property. That's what we have. Planning board supported that during the review. We did take it to them, of course, and I can answer any questions for you if you have any.
All right, thank you, Alan. Gentlemen, any questions for Alan on this item before I open the public hearing? Seeing here none, I'll open the public hearing on CMA 2024-01. Is there anyone here to speak to this item tonight? For or against? You're the applicant, I know, so if you wish to speak, you're certainly welcome to. You don't have to.
Well, first off, my name's Tim Newton, and I just want to, I guess, offer a thank you to the commissioners. The Lake James Marina project has been a very several years in rejuvenating that area and what it looked like before, and so without the help of Burke County and the commissioners, it would not be what it is today. And I hope you'll grant we have grown, we've been blessed, and we need more office space. So this is an old rock building that's been there. It's been an eyesore for years, and we want to bring it back to its beginning. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Newton. Anyone else speak to this item? Seeing here none, I'll close the public hearing at this time and entertain a motion on this item.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question for you and Mr. Simpson. I'm a proud realtor with Colwell Banker Newton Real Estate here in Morganton. Tim's a great guy, but should I recuse myself from voting?
I don't think so, but we'll let Mr. Attorney answer that.
Mr. Chairman, the board may excuse a member from voting only upon questions involving the member's own financial interest or matters on which the member is prohibited from voting under GS 160D-109. And 160D-109 says that if you're a governing board, you will not vote on any zoning amendment if the landowner of the property subject to a rezoning petition or the applicant for a text amendment is a person with whom the member has a close familiar, business, or other associational relationship. It's admirable that Commissioner Smith is transparent on this, and not knowing what the relationship is, I would say that the board would be well within its rights to allow him not to vote on this.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. I'll first ask Mr. Smith, would you prefer to be recused from this?
No, I really wouldn't. I want to do whatever the community and the board thinks. I think it's a worthy project Mr. Newton is doing up there, and plus I wouldn't mind having me an office up there someday if you'll let me move up there.
Okay.
Very nice, Tom.
Well, maybe not such a bad idea to recuse you from this. I'll move to recuse Commissioner Smith from this vote. What's the pleasure of the board? All those in favor signify by the uplifted hand. Those opposed? 3-1, so you're excused from the vote. Now, I'll entertain a motion for this item.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt ordinance number 2024-05 as it relates to ZMA 2024-01, a request to rezone 0.41 acres of land located at 8896 NC 126 Nebo NC and corresponding to PIN number 17433888242 from residential 1 to general business zoning district. The board finds the rezoning to be consistent with the future land use map because the Lake James Scenic Overlay allows a mix of residential and commercial activities supporting lake uses. Furthermore, the board finds that the request is reasonable and in the public interest because the rezoning will support the growth of an existing Lake James business. And number 2, the blueprint Burke Plan recommends the development of lake-focused recreational and tourism uses to enhance the area.
Thank you, Commissioner Carswell. All those in favor of that motion signify by the uplifted hand. That is 4-0, Madam Clerk. This brings us to public hearing number 3, zoning map amendment ZMA 2024-02, again presented by the world famous Mr. Blines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, members of the public. We have a rezoning request for property located at North Carolina 18 US 64 and Snipes Street. We have 9 parcels up there that are, this is kind of the area underdeveloped or vacant, but they're zoned industrial, and collectively the owners would like to be rezoned to the surrounding area, which is R3, residential 3, totaling 14.67 acres with 9 tracts. They are surrounding the Stevens Cabinet Shop. And I think at one time, the early business in that area, which was probably 40 or 50 years ago, owned all that land. And so when zoning came to Burke County in 1997, the area was zoned kind of appropriately because it was probably one track or in similar ownership, and the owner requested probably industrial zoning to support their business. So this is the current zoning map, and the parcels are outlined in red. And so they're kind of across the street. This is the subject of a rezoning that we had just a few months ago, and it kind of brought to our attention that we had all these other ones that were ill-zoned, if you will, to industrial. And they're either vacant or actually have a house on them. So if this was approved, the residential 3, it's actually the use that's happening on some of these tracts of land. And this is the future land use map. It does correspond to the current zoning, so that would need to be amended through the motion should it be approved. And let's see. Those parcels, many of those parcels would never really be used in a commercial fashion, and in fact, the cabinet shop doesn't really need any more space to expand. They've got about 4 or 5 acres there where they can occupy on site, so they don't need a rezone. So we'll leave that out. But if the planning board met on February 22nd, they did support that change for the neighboring for the uses of those properties ought to be changed to residential 3. So I can answer any questions if you have any.
All right, thank you, Alan. Any questions for Alan on this item? So, Alan, did I hear you that we need to make a change in the wording on this motion, or is the motion good?
Motion's correct, but it will include a note. It notes that it does change the future land use map to be residential infill according to this proposed use here.
Okay, I got you. All right. At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Is anyone here to speak to this item tonight? See and hear none, I'll close the public hearing at this time and entertain a motion on ZMA 2024-02.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt ordinance 2024-06 as it relates to ZMA 2024-02. A request to rezone 14.67 acres of land located off of Snipes Street in North Carolina 18 US 64 and corresponding to the property table, including PIN number 271-687-4321, 271-687-3394, 271-687-6003, 271-688-4034, 271-1688-2138, 271-688-1022, 271-677-0837, 271-688-091, and 271-688-065 from industrial to the residential 3 zoning district. Board finds the rezoning to be consistent with the future land use map, but consistent with the existing or proposed uses. Conditions have changed in that properties have never been used for industrial purposes, and the owners plan to utilize them for residential purposes. Future land use map is changed to residential infill. Furthermore, the board finds that the request is reasonable and in the public interest because the rezoning will bring these properties into compliance with the current uses and future goals.
Number 2.
There is a shortage of available residential parcels in the county. One sentence slip through, Madam Clerk.
All right, this brings us to public hearing number 4. Community Development brings this to Jonas Ridge Cranberry Bog Park Master Plan, Party Grant Public Hearing. This will again be presented by Mr. Glines.
So I'm happy to bring to you the Jonas Ridge Cranberry Bog Park Master Plan, and also to request support for a Part F grant that we would like to apply for to fund the improvements at the Jonas Ridge Cranberry Bog Park. Part F is Parks and Recreation Trust Fund through the State Parks Program. The Cranberry Bog in Jonas Ridge is a rare example of a high-elevation mountain bog with many wetland species, including native cranberry plants. The site was formerly farmland, but in spite of this high-impact use, the ecological values were not diminished. Recognizing the unique qualities of the property, the Foothills Conservancy of North Carolina sought to purchase it for its protection in partnership with Burke County. Since that time, Burke County has been developing plans for the new community park for Jonas Ridge. The proposed park master plan is being shared with the Board of Commissioners to seek public comment and to apply for this Parks and Recreation Trust Fund grant. We have a timeline for this project of this property that goes back quite a few years. In 2019, a 20-acre tract of land was purchased in partnership with Foothills Conservancy, and there was a carve-out up by the road at 181 near Ginger Cake Acres Road to develop a new convenience site. But the back portion is where the ecological value from the bog is kind of in place there. So there was a separation, kind of worked together but separated all the same. In 2020, Equinox Environmental and McGill Associates were selected by RFQ to develop master planning for it. So there's been some master planning efforts since that time, and in that early 2020 and 2021, there was community input sessions for the park master plan to kind of share what could be done there and solicit public input. In Jonas Ridge area, there were over 50 comment sheets that were turned in, plus other communications. So that's quite a number for a small community up in upper part of Burke County. In 2021, the Burke County Board of Commissioners accepted the Cranberry Bog property from Foothills Conservancy, so there was a transfer into Burke County, and the North Carolina Clean Water Management Trust Fund holds a conservation on that property, still does. 2023, Burke County entered into a contract with Equinox to complete that master plan, which we're looking at tonight, and develop construction documents, which we'll develop after approval of the master plan. It'll happen, and so we're happy to have that be at that point. I'll share some of the features with you. So they went on a cold, icy day, and they were looking at the wetlands area, and I said, well, how'd you check out that, the water areas up at the park? And they said, well, it was frozen solid and we were able to walk across the surface. I was like, oh gosh, that sounds a little bit dangerous. But this is the convenience site. That's the three acre carve out. And there will be a new access road that will go one way, and it ties in opposite to Ginger Cake Acres up there, Ginger Cake Road. And that's a new one-way road. And there will be some parking that will be developed for the park in that planning work being done for the convenience site. The water areas, the wetland areas is all in the back here. And in fact, the stream kind of crosses the back of the property. There's an older home on the site. There's a plan to try to reutilize that and make it the first time ever, a community room for Jonas Ridge up there, along with restrooms for the park. And the thinking is that we could have the attendants at the convenience site open the doors and kind of keep an eye on the restrooms, and community groups could utilize that room for meetings and such. But there's a series of walking paths that will be developed for the park itself. These will be fairly leveled, especially in the green here, and we'll utilize a combination of boardwalk and maybe some paved surface in some of those areas to make sure folks can really make that travel happen. There's also the idea that we could have a picnic pavilion here, and then a number of other facilities in the park itself. There's a concept to maybe have a little loop up through the woods here and make it a little bit longer, measure that out, and that could have some other uses on it. Now, the park planners were suggesting maybe disc golf, but I'm not sure if that's going to be needed up there for this corner up here of the park. There's a large meadow, and in the meadow, we would keep it more or less open. It wouldn't be mowed like a lawn or the front of the courthouse, for example, but it would be kind of kept clear of trees and maybe bush hogged or cut, once or twice a year, but not necessarily mowed down like a lawn type of thing. But it would be kind of an open area with trails going through it, and there'd be a number of pathways and other ways to circumvent that territory there. A concept that they've included here is a dog park. So there's not really facilities up in this part of the county for people to let their dog off leash and let them run and play, but the dog park could do that, and I think that might be popular with folks up there who have dogs but limited space to let their dogs off leash with the area up there. And a little more detail here. This is a kind of an outer loop plan, and this would sort of meander through the wetland area and get people close to and learning about the wetlands. And there can be a combination, likely, of a kind of an earth path, if you will, and it's similar to what we use for Fauna Floor Trail. So there's another option here for some gravel, but I think this would probably fit in with that area up there a little bit better. And then the areas that are crossing the wetlands, we have to be really careful with that. There's some open water, soft soils, and other restrictions. And so the planners suggested a puncheon style crossing, which would be kind of flat boards that doesn't require penetrations into the soft bog, but have boards across, or a true boardwalk that would be kind of decked with side rails, to keep people on the pathway itself. And then another concept with fiberglass mesh that would allow water and rain to pass through. And staff's initial comment is probably this is maybe not going to work for us, but maybe the boardwalks would be the feature we could get along with most. And the decking on that boardwalk could be composite recycled material from plastics. And so we have a convenience site up there where we're collecting recyclables. Maybe this sort of ties in with recycling and those kind of goals that the county could have. And then a series of areas for benches and seating throughout the trail system, and there's obviously lots of options for site facilities like that. And I'm wondering if perhaps the composite benches would stay cool in the sun if they're in the sun, but also kind of reinforce the message of recycling that we do in Burke County. So that's open for discussion as well. And then tables, there'll be some areas for picnic tables, and that includes areas here and here, up by the top, where people who are, have challenges with mobility could be right off of Parkside here, the parking area here, and have a picnic. And so, there's options for the tables as well, and they're similar to the benches and other features there. And other special features on the property for the wetland area itself and part of the master plan, there's like a viewing platforms that could help people get in the middle of and kind of see and experience the wetlands themselves, and they're really beautiful. And this is a berm that's on the site. Maybe there's a trail up there with some other overlook areas, and so we'll look for opportunities to do that. This is a design for a bird blind to try to let people observe the wildlife without frightening it. And then this is a concept for a picnic pavilion and other signage that the park could utilize and have, because we really want to make this an education piece as well. Finally, this is a plan for the home that's on the site, and if it was, it had an evaluation by the architect on this team, and they felt like it's usable and has a chance to be revitalized. But this would be first floor, a small lobby, restrooms, and a meeting room that we talked about. And there's a kind of a terrace there already, and then upstairs could be storage, maybe an office. And then this is a few photos of the meadow itself. This is sort of the wetland section there. There's a lot of water. The plants were growing through water and such. And this is a group of community members and the two young people who are kind of hard to see, but they were North Carolina School of Science and Math interns with Foothills Conservancy last summer. And so they were working with the Conservancy, and we met up there to kind of walk around the facility. But I could imagine that a lot of student use and discovery could happen through this bog and wetland area. So that is the conclusion. I'll leave it on the main master plan sheet, the concept plan, and I can answer any questions for you.
All right, thank you, Alan. Gentlemen, you've heard the information. We covered it also in pre-agenda. I'll ask if there are any questions for Alan before we open the public hearing. Seeing here none, I'll open the public hearing at this time. Anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing, hearing none, I'll close the public hearing at this time and entertain a motion on this item.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt resolution number 2024-07, approving the master plan for the Jonas Ridge Cranberry Bog Park and directing staff to submit the application for the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund grant. Further authorize the chairman to execute the basic facts and assurances on behalf of the board, and authorize the county manager to execute any remaining grant-related documentation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. All those in favor signify by the uplifted hand. Madam Clerk, that is 5-0. All right, that finishes up our public hearings tonight. This will bring us to item number 8, informal public comments. I'll open the floor for informal public comments for those who have registered to speak tonight, and I'll remind you that the speakers are limited to 3 minutes. And I also noted that perhaps some of you spoke in the conditional zoning area, and that was where you wanted to speak, so just let me know if you have already had your say, and we'll move on. I'll call your name, and we'll go from there. First speaker, Sherry Baird. Ms. Baird? Okay, maybe she's already. All right.
There's some pre-registered folks on your list,
On my list.
in addition to the ones with cards.
Beg your pardon. Return the page. Okay, I got you. Thank you. I had not seen those. Clint Patton. Please state your name and address.
My name's Clint Patton, and I live at 4085 Dyersville Road. I want to open by saying I know each of you personally, and you certainly vicariously, and I don't have a hurtful thing to say about you. All are good and decent men. So that being the preface of where I'd like to start, I've come to meetings and I've listened and I've watched and I've tried to make sense of the project, and I'm here to talk about the industrial side. And I respect the manager's obligation to come up with funding for all the departments' wants, needs, services, and everything for the county, and it's a monumental task. But I would ask each of you, I'm not against industrial growth and development, and I live directly across the road from the site. So, selfishly, I would love to enjoy it to be just exactly the way it's been over the entirety of my life, to sit and look at woods. The reality is that piece of property has been for sale longer than I've been alive, which I've wondered and tried to reconcile this, and I haven't reached out to a lot of you. I've done a lot of listening, a lot of asking questions. we faced Mr. Phillips. In terms of Mr. Phillips, he should enjoy the same rights and privileges that I would hope and want to be able to enjoy on the opposite side of the road on the 20-acre farm that I have. He has a right to sell his land, and it's been for sale for a long period of time. So I look at the project, and I wonder, how did we get here? You know, there's lots of controversy, lots of animosity, lots of uncertain times. You guys have felt really beat up, and maybe it's all unfair. But there's a lot of factors in it. And what I come up with is, and I'm not attacking the man, but as I understand it, you didn't institute the project, and the project itself is less a concern, even for myself. I've always anticipated that property would change, selfishly I'd rather than not. But I respect the right for him to sell his property. The scary thing to me is how did it become the priority it is today on the magnitude of scale that we're looking at. And I think that, in a nutshell, is what's caused a lot of this. And I've lost my train of thought. But with that said, I would like for y'all to slow down. Maybe that's not the right words. I would like for you to consider the fact that it's been said, and the urgency that's been put behind this thing seems to become from Raleigh. And it almost, and this is conspiratorial perhaps on my part, but it almost seems like Mr. Phillips has found a way, and I'm not attacking him, but there's money flowing with this thing now. And maybe the priority is the opportunity to bring monies in for growth and development. Maybe that's not necessarily altogether bad, but there's a number of other properties available in the cities, in the county, and in various communities. And it seems like the total emphasis has been thrown on this site. And I think the fear, certainly for myself, the dread, maybe is the more appropriate way to be, will be being turned upside down for the next number of years. If it has to be developed, if someone is heart set on that, then so be it. But do we have to do it all at once? That would be my plea. The other parallel I would like, gosh, I knew it was going to happen. I couldn't get it covered. But thank you for your time, and I'd ask you to give it due consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. Carla Adams.
I am Carla Adams, and I have a family home off of 70 where this mega site is going to be built. Hopefully not. But I've listened to plans on beautifying parts of some areas of Burke County, and you're planning on destroying other parts. It's a beautiful area we're out there. And did you know that the PFAS, do you know what that is? That's chemicals, also known as forever chemicals. These are in lithium batteries. They're toxic even at an extremely low level, posing a significant risk to the health to our community where we have lived, not you, not your backyard, our backyard. Did you know that these chemicals are nearly indestructible? Fumes alone from a lithium battery factory can cause loss of appetite, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain. So far, do you want to live there? I don't think you would. Lithium can also cause headaches, muscle weakness, twitching, blurred vision, loss of coordination, tremors, confusion, seizures, and comas. Doesn't sound like nature's playground. Sounds like deadly playground to me. And can you justify? You're justifying it with jobs. Well, who's going to pay the medical bills? Who's going to pay for the health issues? Have you read about the lawsuits? The list of lawsuits. One was for 3 former owners and operators, 7 arrangers, and I tried to look that word up to see if that meant what you were, arrangers of this factory coming in. Material, the transporters that sent hazardous materials in and out of the facility. Guess that would be the Southern Norfolk Railroad. In Greer, Exide, one of the world's largest car battery makers, gave up their site in 2020, but its legacy remains. It's buried in toxic soil and lurking in the bodies of people who worked at the plant or people who lived nearby. Another Exide building was demolished, in 2016. EPA is still cleaning up and finding levels of lead. What about the batteries that explode into fire? Did you know that some factories just dump them into water? Where's that tank of water going to go? Where are you going to dispose of it? So do you understand this is not a rational, well-reasoned decision for Burke County or its residents? Or is it just greed leading the way? And you gentlemen seem to be in that line. I hope you sleep well, knowing what you're doing to the families and the land if you let this pass. And I am really, really ashamed of you as our commissioners of Burke County if you let this pass.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Dudley Green. I think Mr. Green left us. Ann Chapman.
I'm Ann Chapman. I live on Old Highway 70 West. Thank you for letting me be here. Gosh, just like cooking, using the recipe, you're wanting the conditional zoning tells me you know exactly what you want to use it for and how you want to use it. Why else are you so concerned about getting it passed before starting this recipe for disaster? You've named this land Great Meadows Megasite. This area is proposed to be used for a megasite. There are numerous planned megasites close by that I bet they use conditional zoning as their main ingredient. You really need to go sample those sites before you buy them. Please talk to those residents who live close by, as maybe you'll listen to their horror stories. Nobody likes big surprises that involve taking their homes, living near a toxic wasteland, and will potentially begin killing and polluting our water and air. More than trash will be needed to clean up in Burke. No one can guarantee that something won't happen here. You said you've known about this for some time, so you have the cooking playbook. Tesla and the other electric cars data showing they are failing, that's a fact. The majority of people do not want electric cars. They are not ideal, and it's been proven. Why should Burke County sacrifice our resources to something that's showing it won't make it? For over 30 years, I saw the big government textbook in action. Somebody comes up with this so-called new big idea, the gimmick, and that's a total waste of time and money, but they're able to sell it to the state. The state spend big money on it, and then the people realize it's junk after they buy it because the state forces the workers who didn't need it to say it's wonderful. That's the first and last letters of bogus. On the big idea, seller has left town, took the money, and the workers are left in the field to clean up the bogus mess. But sadly, that's how big government operates. They'd rather spend and waste money on stuff than need or even have a clue about common sense stuff. They don't ask people, and they just ask the greedy outsiders. Burke County is not a big government and should not be following other counties or cities or states. We are unique and we have lots to offer. We are a rural county. Please stop the vicious cycle of caving into whatever big government is pushing that's not right, suitable, or good fit for our area. We are not Hickory, Lincolnton, Charlotte, Albemarle, Spartanburg, or Asheville. People used to love those places until big government progressed and stole their identity. Where will people go and escape from those mega sites? Don't listen to big government. Listen to the people that vote for you and you represent. Build a mega site, kill many things. Building a mega site will kill many things. And what will happen to Burke Nature's Playground and our tourism money? Think of other economic solutions beneficial to our county residents. Stop big government bad ideas before it kills our county. We are not a movie. Build it and they will come idea that has failed. Kathy Road sits vacant, waiting for 16 years. We do not need another failed industrial site. Have BDI do their job, not cater to greedy outside property sellers. Listen to the people and stop this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chapman. Patrick Stevens.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Stevens. I live at 3515 Seals Road. I came to you before I spoke concerning the property in the mega site. My family and my home is directly affected. The train will go through my front yard. I grew up on railroad tracks. I actually sleep pretty good. I don't live but a quarter mile from the track right now. When it pulls through, I go roll over to sleep harder. But I don't want it in my front yard. It doesn't make sense. The property does not make sense. You gotta go out there and walk it. We went out there and they had the picture back in October. Everybody was happy. Nobody walked more than 100 feet from the road. I dare you to come down and walk down to my house. You have to have some grappling gear. But it is not suitable for anything but what it is right now. It will cost billions of dollars to develop that property. I understand the allure. The Interstate 70 and the railroad, they're all within a mile of each other. It's a beautiful picture if it's flat. It's not flat. From my house to the interstate, it's all uphill, every bit of it. I have never walked up there because I probably couldn't make it. I drive it every day. All right. So remember, it is not. And where are we going to put the people that want to work there? Where are they going to live? We just talked about housing shortage. Just talked about that tonight. It's no big place to develop property out there. Why do people not live in this part of the county very much? Because it costs too much to put a house in. My in-laws cost them $20,000 to carve out for a 1,300 square foot house. Think about that. All right? Housing, education. Where are we going to educate the people at? Western Piedmont's doing their best they can, but they're not going to be able to do what we need. They're doing construction, HVAC, that type of stuff. They're not doing technical training. McDowell County is. Look over there at their tech center. Those are the things we have to look for because it's going to be robotic, but where are we going to put the people at? And then there's going to be the congestion. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Alice Johnson.
Good evening. My name's Alice Johnson. I live at 3794 Rose Boulevard, which is right there by the mega site. The community is asking you guys to reconsider the mega site and consider the people's lives and properties around this site. Some questions and thoughts that I have for you guys to consider before you vote on this mega site. In short term, is a short-term gain more important than overrunning this county with hundreds of more people and overcrowding our already maxed out infrastructure? Our cities and county are already maxed with the newcomers that have came in over the last few years. Our EMS, police, and road systems can hardly keep up with what we have now. The only gain that I can see from this site being built is for the landowner and BDI. It is not a gain for Burke County. Also, have you looked at the lifespan of these mega sites over the areas, not just here locally, but nationally, and here in North Carolina? These sites have a lifespan of 5 to 7 years after being built. Then they're left with the monstrosity of an ecosystem that has been destroyed and that may never come back from the destruction, buildings that will stand empty for years, not to mention the lives in the communities that have been there for generations and now are destroyed because of these mega sites. Excuse me. Why is this board so set on ruining the lives of the people and the property that are located around this site for the almighty dollar? Burke County is known for nature's playground. A mega site on the way to Lake James and other recreation sites is not a nature's playground, and it will destroy the residents of Burke County that live here. Ask yourself this question. If your house was sitting where my property is, which is bordered on 2 sides by this mega site area that's being proposed, would you be standing here where I am right now, trying to fight this so it's not in your backyard or your front yard. I think this board should take it upon themselves to say what is right I think this board should not take it upon themselves to say what is right or what is wrong for the county and enforcing it upon us with no choices or even to be able to vote against it is very erroneous and should be unlawful to not let us speak and say what we have, what we would like for our counties to look like. Listen to the people who have voted to put you into this office. Respect their wishes to keep the site out of our counties. And I want to thank you for voting against the conditional zoning, because I have not heard one person stand up here and say that they were for it. Everybody has been against it, yet you guys voted for it. And that is not what the county is wanting, the people. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Carla Kincaid.
Good evening, Carla Kincaid, 126, Morgan, North Carolina. Unnecessary, uncommon favor. Unnecessary hate and uncommon favor. Uncommon favor, as the women's NCAA basketball 2023-24 season came to a close, a most likely Don Staley slogan became popular. More than 18 million people watched this year's NCAA Women's Basketball National Championship against Iowa on the grounds of the South Carolina State Capitol on Sunday. There was a parade. She was the first black coach in Division I basketball to lead an undefeated championship team. That's what he told when he barely got out the words before applause erupted, a street named after her, and the statue. There weren't many options left to honor her. Her parents were originally from South Carolina, but moved to North Philly in the 1950s when they were teenagers, where they eventually raised 5 children. She grew up in the projects at the corner of Diamond Avenue and 25th Street in North Philly and attended Merrill Dobbins Vocational High School in Philadelphia. That's uncommon favor. Unfortunately, prior to the uncommon favor early on that road to the NCAA, the University of Utah women's team experienced unnecessary hate. Members of the University of Utah's women's team told police someone in a truck displaying a Confederate flag yelled racial slurs and revved the engine in a menacing way as players and staff walked to dinner. We were all in shock, and we looked at each other like, did we just hear that? Everybody was in shock. Our cheerleaders, our students that were in that area that heard it clearly were just frozen. After the team left the restaurant, the driver of the same truck, accompanied by another vehicle, followed them back to the hotel. The drivers revved their engines and shouted racist ethics again. Utah coach Lynn Roberts called the incidents incredibly upsetting. Racism is real, and it happens, and it's awful, Roberts stated at a news conference. And for your players and staff not to feel safe in an NCAA tournament environment, it's messed up. In our world, in athletics, and in university settings, it's shocking. There's so much diversity on the college campus, and so you're not just exposed to that very often. The NCAA and Gonzaga worked to move the team to another hotel after the first night. Gonzaga issued a statement saying the school was frustrated and deeply saddened by the incident. This is yet another example to those individuals who claim incorrectly that racism is no longer a problem. They are wrong. We'll witness a troubling growth of a very toxic environment in our country and locally by individuals and organized extremist groups to advance many forms of hatred. And also, on Sunday, more than 18 million people saw Dawn Staley climb the ladder, not this time in her backyard, to make a crate shaped basketball, but climbed the ladder to ascend to another rim. This one orange and affixed to an official glass blackboard where she would clip the net after leading South Carolina to an undefeated season in the NCAA National Championship in women's basketball. Now that really is uncommon favor.
Thank you, Ms. Kincaid. Terry Stewart. Terry Stewart. All right, I believe that's all the names I have. Sorry?
May I speak?
Did you register to speak?
No.
Mr. Attorney, what's the ruling?
You set up requirements. If people don't meet them, you're entitled not to hear from them. You also have your commission chair's prerogative on that.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I say let her speak.
All right, come ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I've never spoken before, but I'm going to tell you experiences that I experienced as a child. My address is 105 Whiston Street. It's out in Salem. When I was a child, I was raised on 108A Lee Street.
State your name, please, ma'am.
My name is Debbie Pearson. And as a child, we had well water. It was a hand-dug well. Somebody had to come, I remember, had to clean out the well. It had an awful smell to it. But that's all the water we had. We had to boil it to drink it. Not only that, when they built Morganton Dyeing and Finishing up there on 64, we used to go down the woods and play in the woods and ride a trail bike because that's where the trails was at. Morganton Dyeing and Finishing let out dyes from their cloth. The dyes came in to a creek. It flooded down in there. We had to watch it constantly. We was 9, 10 years old. And then, the only other thing I can think of, I would recommend for y'all, if you don't mind, to watch. Sort of kind of has something to do with this. It's called Erin Brockovich. And it's about an attorney and this lady. And she goes through and she collects information of this plant that's wanting to come and build in their town. And with that, she goes back and she does research on where this plant, another plant like this, same name, was at. And she does research on the people there. That some of them didn't work there, but their homes was there close to that plant. A lot of them got cancers from the wells. I think all these people hear what I'm hearing. It reminds me of that movie. But I would encourage y'all to watch it because it may open up your eyes as what these people are going to experience if that comes in. We get so much oxygen off of those trees that's just sitting there on that land, right off of 40, right off of Dysersville, where they're wanting to build at. You know, Burke County, we're known for our gorge, Linville Gorge. It's a beautiful place. And I think it would damage a lot of stuff. And not only that, it's going to damage the water. I remember being here the other month and heard somebody say, well, what about Great Lakes Carbon? Well, if they knew where our water plant was, which it's up there on 70 behind Sheets, where our water, us Burke County gets it. But just think about everybody else past there. Drexel, Valdez, Redford College, Packard, Hildebrand, Hickory, all the way down to Charlotte. They're going to get the results of this along with us breathing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. All right, this will move our agenda to item number 9, consent agenda. I will recognize our county manager to review the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Several items for consideration, so bear with me as I work through these individually. Obviously, each of these details are included in your packet and were presented in detail at your pre-agenda meeting. Item 1 for consideration is from the clerk, and this is consideration for several amendments to the bylaws for our Council of Aging. Item 2 also from the clerk is appointment to seat number 11 to our local emergency management planning commission. That appointment would be for Marty Queen to serve in that media seat. Item 3 also from the clerk's office is several reappointments to our Parks and Recreation Commission. Item 4 also from the clerk is appointments to the Planning Board Board of Adjustment for the ETJ for Rutherford College. We have 2 budget amendments, items 5 and 6. Item 5 is budget amendment number 8 on the year. This is consideration of a public safety Homeland Security grant of $75,000. Item 6 also budget amendment number 9 for $75,000. This is a grant from the Dogwood Trust Foundation that'll be used for a digital access program. Item 7 is consideration for establishing a project ordinance for already appropriated funds for 201 Avery Avenue. Item 8 is a proclamation declaring May 2nd, 2024 as our National Day of Prayer that we do each year. Item 9 for consideration is from the Finance Department, and this is an application from the Public School Building Capital Funds. 2 drawdowns there, one for our annual lottery proceeds to service payments for our existing school debt, along with another $1 million drawdown of those grant dollars for repair and renovations. Item 10 is also from the Finance Office, and this is to award a bid package for Canoe Creek restoration. That's out at Oak Hill, and this is in partnership with Foothills Conservancy. It's a $200,000 award and corresponding budget amendment. Item 11 is to approve a written revenue confirmation agreement between Home Trust Bank and Triple Community Fire Department for installment financing. Item 12 is from Guardian Ad Litem, a proclamation declaring April 2024 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Item 13 from our Health Department, also a proclamation designating April as Public Health Month. Item 14 is from the Health Department and is consideration of previously appropriated opioid settlement monies to award an RFQ in the amount of $15,000 to EW Visions LLC for a videography project. Item 15 from our Tax Department is your collection report for March 2024. And item 16 is your your monthly release and refund report for March 2024. Mr. Chairman, that concludes a very lengthy consent agenda, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Any questions on any of these items? Seeing here and none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll make the motion. We approve the agenda, consent
Thank you,
agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by the uplifted hand. It's 5-0, Madam Clerk. Gentlemen, we've been going about 2 hours. We've got a couple more, several more items to discuss. Do we need a brief recess, or are we okay? Everybody's good. We'll continue on. Item number 10 on the agenda is items for decision. First one comes from our Human Resources folks, Policy Modernization Phase 1. This will be presented tonight by Joe Lutz, our HR Project Policy Manager. Good evening, Joe.
Good evening. I have a very short presentation, about 350 slides. I'm just kidding.
I gave them a chance, Joe. I saw it.
You want to reconsider that request for a leave, right? Yeah, there you go. Thank you. As the chairman said, I'm Joe Lutz, manager of project and policy for Human Resources Department. Glad to be with you tonight. This is phase one of our policy modernization initiative. By way of review, back at the beginning of this fiscal year, you set 5 focus areas for your strategic plan. Number 5 was to become an employer of choice. Tonight we're talking about a policy change to be one of the first pieces of that. The employer of choice focus area number 5 has a number of operating objectives that align the organization with that focus area. Compensation and classification study, which is underway. Baker Tilly is working on that. You gentlemen have seen that at your budget planning meeting and have heard some updates on that. We have to adjust policy so that we support that, the outcome of that study, and move us into determining for more fair pay grades and salary. Excuse me. Substantial equivalency. This is sort of an obscure term for the general public, and coming from private sector not too long ago, it's pretty obscure to me, but OSHR is the Office of State Human Resources. That body is charged with providing human resources functions for all state offices. How that affects us here in Burke County is that the Health Department and the Department of Social Services, all of their HR services generally have to go through OSHR in terms of hiring and discipline, those sorts of things. That process takes a long time. It makes it difficult for us, for you as commissioners, to set policy that guides all of Burke County in one direction. And if the largest department that you have, that your funding is not under your direct control. So that's what that's all about. Modernization of HR policies and procedures. Again, this is to be best practices to try to make sure that we're up to date with the law, with current HR issues that are going on. Talk about more empowerment of our employees, more culture defining, less control focused. All of these issues will help us reduce risk. Obviously, compliance with current federal and state employment law will reduce our risk as a county or as an employer, and it will provide clarity, clear mission, vision, and expectations to achieve them for the citizens of Burke County. Several of the policy areas that we have in our current policy need to be addressed right away because they underpin the substantial equivalency initiative. Article 4 of our current policies, which is recruitment and employment, or how we're going to hire people. Article 2, the classification plan. This lists how the job duties, how we're going to define job duties, and how jobs are going to be related to each other in terms of their value to the county. And then Article 3 is the wage and salary administration, and this is how pay is based on those grades that are developed in the classification plan. All of those 3 together are crucial to underpin all of the things that we just talked about, a class and compensation plan, the substantial equivalency initiative. These things will help us be more competitive for the best talent that's out there. They'll reset the playing field over time. Your jobs get a little bit out of whack if you don't get them back on track. That's what this will help us do. This will help us take advantage of the employment upgrades that you have made to make us an employer of choice, and it will aid retention. Article 4, is the first of those we're talking about tonight, recruitment of employment. That particular existing policy, you have an excerpt from the existing policies, Article 4 in your packet, the full text as it stands. You also have in your packet the text of the proposed policy, which will replace it, and that's the recruiting, selection, and advancement policy. It's 8 pages, a lot of this, that, and the other things, so I won't read that, but I would like to just sort of take a 2-pronged approach. One is to talk about the philosophy of the proposed policy, and then the differences that the proposed policy has from the current, and then we can take questions if you have any. The philosophy of recruiting, selecting, and advancement is and should be, and we're stating in this policy, that it's to professionally define and describe positions that the county hires for, basing required education, experience, knowledge, skills, and abilities on objective assessment of the job. Then you use that description to advertise, search for, and select candidates for employment in a lawful and fair manner, which ensures that the county is choosing from the best available talent for every position, while encouraging development and promotion of internal staff. This particular policy does not speak to developing internal staff except through the advancement, which is more about promotions. But we do have in our current policy, and will have as we move forward, situations in place that will help us develop the staff that we have, let them grow, let them learn, let them serve the county better, as well as look to folks outside. The things that are different, primary differences, as I just alluded there, was we establish a preference for recruiting externally and internally for all vacant positions. Our current policy and current OSHA policy says that we should look internally as over and against externally. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad policy. Hire from within, recruit from within. Often the best candidate is already under our roof, particularly when you're talking about a promotional opportunity. However, again, we spent a lot of time and effort, and commissioners have spent a lot of money to try to increase the benefits and make us more attractive as an employer in this area. And this will help us if we go outside every time and inside, both inside and outside, for every job vacancy, we'll have an opportunity at getting the best local talent. We'll be able to attract people from surrounding counties who come to us, new ideas, better and new things to do for us. This policy charges HR with developing and administering consistent professional staffing practices. It stipulates pre-planning and purposeful execution of staffing tasks and selection methods. It centralizes HR as an integral partner in staffing for all departments, complies with equal employment opportunity, and hopefully it meets the OSHA standards for substantial equivalency. You gentlemen approved a budget resolution back late last year. We hired a consultant, Drake Maynard, who is the former director for Employee Relations Division of OSHA. He's been helping us with this language to make sure that if we get it approved tonight, we can apply to have that substantial equivalency. That's sort of the 1,000-foot view. I want to go up just a little bit for just a second to the 10,000-foot view. Talk a little bit about the process that we have envisioned for revising our policies. Basically, it's a 4-step process. Update, that's where you look at the policy, you rewrite it, you write it, you amend it, whatever you have to do, or get rid of it, whatever needs to be done to bring it up to speed and make it be compliant and make it be contemporary for what's going on at this particular point. The next section is review. That's where you share the drafted policy with employees, department heads, legal counsel, county manager. Assuming that we get through all that process well, then it comes to the approval stage, which is sharing that draft with the commission, with the Board of Commissioners, and then your approval, hopefully, of those policies. After it's been approved, then there's implementation. That's where we take the policy, we'll put it into effect, make the changes in the way that we do things that need to be done based on the new policy. That's the how, the who, the stakeholder groups. Generally, the update process is being overseen by a steering committee. Our Human Resources Subcommittee is serving in that capacity. We'll talk a little bit more about that just in a second. When we come to the review section, we have several groups of employees that are there. The leadership focus group, this is basically all the department heads, the executive leadership of the county, and the directors of the various departments. These are the top leaders of the 29 departments that the county has. Then there will be employee listening groups. These have not been formed yet, but we're moving in that direction. We're proposing 3 listening groups. Each group will be 6 to 10 employees, half from service and half from administrative departments. Each group will cover the same agenda. They'll cover all the same topics. We'll get the feedback consolidated, and then we'll put that together and use that to move forward. The idea of having 3 groups is it's a whole lot easier to get 6 to 10 people to focus on a policy and discuss it in a meaningful way that you can get feedback than it is to get a group of 30. So we get more employees involved, but we have a manageable process. Then there's legal counsel, the board's attorney, and also specialized employment counsel from outside. And of course, you gentlemen, the board of commissioners. Who are the current members of the Human Resources Subcommittee? I just listed titles here. The county manager, deputy county manager and finance director, our HR director, the register of deeds, county social services director, the parks and recreation director, the assistant HR director, the budget strategy and performance analyst, and yours truly, the HR project and policy manager. The HR subcommittee will drive all the issues relating to human capital of our organization. That's the intent. What kind of things are we working on right now? Obviously, the recruitment policy, that's what we're talking about tonight. Compensation and classification studies, we've been talking about that for about a month and a half, 2 months, or really longer than that. Substantial equivalency, all of those are things that we've talked about tonight. Other things that we have on our agenda, on our radar, performance evaluations, performance management, Family Medical Leave Act and the Fair Labor Standards Act, regulatory compliance, our Munis upgrade, that's the computer system that runs our finance and HR functions, to get better functionality and better reporting, creation of key performance indicators, KPIs of human capital, for example, turnover, how much is voluntary, how much is involuntary, how many people take advantage of the grievance process, wellness and benefits, new hire orientation. That's a place where we define our culture, we explain our expectations, and we share our values. Vertical integration, one team, service is our purpose. Vertical and horizontal integration, fewer silos, more one team working to the betterment of the citizens of the county. Obviously, employer of choice is one of your strategic goals. That's not a one and done. That's something that needs to stay at the forefront, at the top of mind all the time to make sure we stay there. And then, of course, overall policy revision and update. Those are some things that you'll be seeing come from the HR subcommittee and from the HR department over the coming months. Any questions about any of that stuff?
All right, thank you, Joe. Any questions on this item?
The requested actions that we would have for the board are to approve the recruiting, selection, and advancement policy as presented in your packet, and also to approve the resolution that's in your packet, which is asking the North Carolina Human Resources Commission for certification of substantial equivalency for Burke County in the area of recruitment and selection of employees as established under North Carolina General Statute, Chapter 126, subsection 11. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Any questions? All right, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion on this item.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we approve the revisions to the Burke County Personnel Policy as presented and adopt a resolution number 2024-04 petitioning the North Carolina Human Resources Commission for certification of substantial equivalency with the Office of State Human Resources Policy.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. All those in favor signify by the uplifted hand. 5-0. Thank you very much. Item number 2 comes as a resolution establishing the Burke County America 250th Planning Committee. This is a resolution, gentlemen, you have in your package. Let me see if I can get there. You've had an opportunity to see that, and also This is a committee that'll come together to celebrate our 250th birthday, and Dr. Linda Bryant and Dr. Bryant Lindsay have participated in the North Carolina Department of Natural Resources and Cultural Resources America 250 planning meetings since they began a number of years ago. Local grant funds are available during the fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25 to underwrite the cost of local commemorative events and programming. One type of local grant is available exclusively to official county committees during 23-24. To access the grant funding, an official America 250 committee must be created by the following authorizing resolution. And we have 15 names before us that have agreed to serve on this committee. Gentlemen, you've had those. Any questions on this item? Seeing here none, let me say to those folks back in the back who've been working on this, thank you very much for the efforts. I know it takes time to keep up with what's happening in these areas, and you guys do a great job for us. Thank you very much for doing that. I will entertain a motion to approve waiver of Section 288 membership requirements for Dr. Patricia Wells, Chapter Regent, Quaker Meadows Chapter NSDAR, on this particular list. But before I do that, let me go back and ask you to adopt Resolution 2024-06 and appoint the following citizens and/or public officials to the Burke County America's 250 Committee as they're presented to you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 2024-06 and appoint the following citizens and/or public officials to the Burke County America's 250 Committee as presented. Commissioner Phil Smith, Councilman Butch McSwain, Robert Patton, Dr. Linda Lindsay, Mr. Wade Gordon, Ms. Lori Johnson, Mr. Ed Phillips, Ms. Deborah Jones, Mr. Kevin Hancock, Ms. Patricia Wells, Bryant Lindsay, Dr. Michael Swan, Dr. Joel Welch, Ms. Leslie McKesson, and our friend Sam Wilkerson. Also to approve a waiver of Section 2.88 membership requirements, residency for Dr. Patricia Wells, Chapter Regent, Quaker Meadows Chapter NSDAR.
Thank you, Commissioner Carswell. All those in favor, please signify by the uplifted hand. That is 5-0. This brings us to item number 3, Burke County Public Schools. This is a form of agreement for a new elementary school in eastern Burke County, presented by Keith Lawson tonight. Keith?
Good evening, Chairman Britton, County Commissioners. It's a pleasure to appear before you tonight, not asking for money. On behalf of the Burke County Board of Education, we thank you for the late addition to your agenda tonight. Looks like you're in a marathon session. So I will be very brief out of respect for your time. As you are well aware, for 3 consecutive years, the public schools have pursued a state lottery funds grant for the construction of a new Eastern Burke Elementary School. This year, February of this year, we were notified that we were indeed the recipient of a $42 million state grant, again from lottery funding for the construction. The form before you tonight looks very familiar to the Form 9 that you just approved on your consent agenda earlier, because it's basically the exact same process. These are lottery funds like those were. And what you are agreeing to tonight is to just abide by the provisions of the grant funding in order to receive periodic disbursements during the planning and construction of the new Eastern Burke Elementary School. So I ask for your approval as presented, and I know that was very brief, but I'll be happy to entertain any questions or expand on anything that you all would like.
All right, thank you, Keith. Any questions on this item for Keith tonight? Seeing here none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to authorize the chairman of the Burke County Board of Commissioners to execute the form of agreement FY 2023-24 as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. All those in favor signify by the uplifted hand. 5-0, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Keith. Appreciate you hanging out with us a while.
Yes, thank you all very much for your support.
This brings us to item 11, reports and comments tonight. And I'll open the floor to receive reports and comments from the board and staff at this time. I will start way down there with Miss Margaret.
No comments, thank you.
No comments from me tonight.
JR?
Ditto.
Madam Clerk?
I'm just so appreciative of the board and our professional team and I'm glad to be back at work with full days and so I just want to say thank you both to the board and our team for helping accommodate my remote work over the last 2.5 weeks. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. We appreciate your hanging in there from whatever angle you can hang in from right now. Mr. Smith?
I have nothing, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Burns?
I just want to report that the annual banquet for the Western Piedmont Council of Governments was held this past week, attended by a couple of my fellow commissioners. It was an extremely well-attended event. It's something I look forward to every year, and I'm just grateful to have been a part of it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Vice Chair?
Nothing.
Mr. Carter? All right. I don't have anything else tonight. I have just a few reminders. April 26th, 2 p.m. will be our East Burke Waste and Recycling Center grand opening. Looking forward to that down off Highway 70. Hope you'll plan to join us down there. May the 7th, Board of Commissioners pre-agenda meeting at 3 p.m. May 21st, Board of Commissioners regular meeting at 6 p.m. Again, looking for interest in folks to come and help us with the Pledge of Allegiance, and you can do that by signing up on the county's website. We've talked a lot about trash tonight and had a lot of litter pickup. Again, all thanks go out to all the folks that had a part in all those efforts tonight. And we would again remind everyone to please not to litter, and please cover your loads as you go to our convenience centers and to the landfill, so that it all stays in your vehicle till it comes to its proper destination. Madam Clerk, vacancy announcements, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have the following opportunities for citizens to be engaged in county boards and committees: the Adult Care and Nursing Home Community Advisory Committee, City of Morganton Board of Adjustment and Planning Board for the ETJ area, Burke County Board of Health, Hickory Regional Planning Commission, Drexel Planning Board, ETJ alternate, Burke County Board of Adjustment. Actually, we just appointed 2 people to the Drexel Planning Board, and we just completed the America 250, so we are all set on those.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. Gentlemen, this brings us to item 13, closed session. We do have a need for closed session tonight to discuss threatened or pending litigation, to preserve the attorney-client privilege, to discuss economic development matters, to discuss contractual matters, and to discuss personnel matters. I'll entertain a motion for that, please.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I'll read that to go into closed session to discuss all those matters pursuant to NCGS 143:18.11A 3, 4, 5, and 6. All those in favor signify by the uplifted hand. Gentlemen, we'll take just about a 5-minute break, and then we'll move into closed session. Thank you very much. Thank you to those in the audience who have stayed to the bitter end. Appreciate your hanging with us tonight. right, gentlemen, with the proper session to come out of closed session, we'll consider ourselves back in open session. And I'll report that the board gave direction to the county attorney to move forward with the legal matter. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. All those in favor, signify by the uplifted hand. That's 5-0, Madam Clerk. Anything else we needed? Good to go? Thank you, ma'am.